talk. Various comments have been made about intent and meaning concerning, in particular, three tweets, or three, they're not actually tweets. They're part of a weekly roundup of memes that my wife and I publish through our Substack, Malone.news. We put out, over the last 4 years, thousands of essays. And we get a little bit of a break. We put them out 7 days a week, but we get a little bit of a break on Fridays and Sundays by doing a roundup of memes that other people have posted previously. They're sourced from many different places, and we typically cluster them around topic areas. Now, unfortunately, the morning, and just a little more context, of course, I speak here as a private party, even though I am appointed as a special government employee, serve at the discretion of the Secretary on the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices for the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. I have 30 years of experience in vaccine development. I have multiple fundamental patents and discoveries, of which 6 have to do with mRNA vaccines. They were all filed between 1990 and 1991 that have subsequently issued. Those are the foundational documents in RNA vaccination history. They go back to my original invention disclosure about the use of RNA as a drug at the Salk Institute, working in Inder Verma's lab in the molecular biology and virology laboratories of the Salk Institute, circa 1987. This predates the work of Carrico and Weissman by well over a decade. mRNA vaccines were reduced to practice at Vical in approximately 1991. Again, published. I hold over 100 papers, thousands and thousands of citations. I'm recognized internationally for my work. And as I say, it goes far beyond mRNA vaccines. I've been asked to testify at the World Health Organization twice. I played a key role in bringing forward the new health Public Health Agency of Canada vaccine for Ebola and got it sold to the company Merck because I believed Merck was the most appropriate firm to further develop that vaccine, and I helped get hundreds of millions of dollars of federal funding to support the development of that Ebola vaccine at Merck, which was subsequently licensed. I am a vaccinologist. I am an immunologist. I am trained as a pathologist. I taught in medical school pathology for decades. But when I spoke about medical ethics early on in the COVID crisis, and the fact that coercion, compulsion, and enticement were not consistent with the norms of medical ethics, a discipline that I've been trained in extensively because I do clinical research, that led to my being asked to comment about the technology for RNA vaccination, having developed it. And that led to an incredible wave of hate and blacklisting and defamation. Now, among those were many articles from, say, the New York Times, the Washington Post, Atlantic Monthly, Business Insider, et cetera, et cetera. But the consequence of this was that my consulting business that had been operating for over 20 years was destroyed. It's not the first time that I've been a whistleblower and had my profession destroyed. Unlike some of these folks, as physicians that were unwilling to speak out, I have spoken out. I spoke out in particular about the death that occurred at UPenn, having to do with Jesse Gelsinger and the use of adenovirus vectored gene therapy. And when I did that, I destroyed my academic career, which is why I transitioned to working primarily with the US Army, particularly working in biodefense. I have many friends within the biodefense sector, have worked in there for years, have secret clearance from the Department of Defense, have been involved in virtually every major biodefense vaccine product that has been developed for the US military. But I destroyed, again, my consulting business by speaking out about what I was observing, particularly about the bioethics of the mandates, the coercion and enticement that occurred. And since then, I've had to find some way to make a living. And the way that I make a living as a licensed physician is to publish a Substack essay once a day, day after day after day, year after year after year. And as I said, every Friday and every Sunday, my wife and one of our associates pulls together memes from the prior week, assembles them around topic areas, and publishes them. Unfortunately, the morning, and your initial statements conflated this, the timeline. The morning of Friday, when this unfortunate event occurred at the CDC, we published one of the memes of many, including one that referenced you and your attacks on Janine Piero, accusing her of being a conspiracy theorist. But in that collection of memes, there was one that used a metaphor for random chance with severe outcomes. That metaphor was Russian roulette. Russian roulette is a metaphor. It is just like any form of roulette, only it has a very severe outcome. And that particular meme meant to make a point that when you have a random event with a severe outcome, it can appear statistically to be inconsequential, but in fact, it has a major impact. Hence, the chamber with one bullet in a revolver and the statement that 5 out of 6 would agree that Russian roulette is safe. It is a metaphor. It is not a violent indication. It had no indication of any weapon being pointed at anybody. Then on the following Sunday, after the event that occurred approximately 5 p.m. at the CDC, and I concur with you and have expressed as a member of the ACIP to CDC my deep regret about what transpired. But the following Sunday, 2 of the memes in the collection referenced Elizabeth Warren's statement that one doesn't need 20 rounds to be a hunter. If you need 20 rounds, you're not a good hunter. And that provoked a lot of response from Second Amendment supporters. And 2 of those responses we happened to collect and post together. One of them specifically referenced the senator and made a statement, the meme went, well, she's saying if you need 20 rounds to be a hunter, you're not a very good hunter. And the response was, if you need to disarm the population, then you're not a very good governor. The other one was the one that you've posted. I don't believe that's an automatic weapon, but I'm not a specialist. I don't actually own any guns except for a couple pellet guns that I used to kill rodents on my horse farm in Central Virginia, about 10 miles from the former home of James Madison that was cited earlier as a strong supporter of an armed populace and the Second Amendment. But I'm not a gun nut. I don't carry guns. The meme was referring to the senator's facetious statement, and it was poking fun back at her. And I think most would agree that humor is a very effective way to resolve tension and to discuss sensitive political topics. And our Friday Funnies and Sunday Strip are probably what is paying most of the bills now and allowing me to buy hay for my horses, because my audience really enjoys them. That's all they were, was meme collections, humor, by the way, free speech, and none of those were ones that we originated, by the way. And none of them had anything to do with inciting violence. You made a statement earlier that I have advocated violence against scientists. I object to that. I haven't advocated violence for anybody. And those memes do not advocate violence. The first one refers to basically a quirk in statistics, and the second one refers to a political statement from Senator Elizabeth Warren, which was intended on her part to be humorous, and the responses were also intended as humor. Thank you for allowing me to comment on your, let's say, and by the way, I think you also said on MSNBC that I was unqualified to serve on the ACIP. When I heard that, it was brought to my attention moments after you said it, I called up your office and I said, you know, the senator probably has never read my CV. Can I come in and talk to one of your staff at your office and go over this, thinking that there must be a misunderstanding? And I was given the number, the contact information, email, to set up a meeting with one of your staffers. And I would have been glad to drive up here from my farm in Central Virginia and meet with one of your staffers, go over my CV, and discuss your concerns. Unfortunately, they never got back to me. So for me, by the way, Senator Blumenthal, I used to be a registered Democrat. I grew up in the Central Coast of California. What I've observed during the Biden administration completely turned me around, like many people, like Sasha Stone, like many people in this audience. Regarding the statements that were made earlier by the young doctor, in which he cited a tweet that I put out. Actually, my wife reprimanded me. She thought that was a little too edgy, where I commented on Anthony Fauci seeking refuge in Siena, Italy. Now, how do I know about that? Because I go to Italy a lot, and I was approached by two whistleblowers, including one from the Policemen's Union, that has been tracking Anthony Fauci's movements within Italy, and told me about a number of things that he has been doing and asked me to get that information back to the government. So I was aware of his movements in Italy, hence the comment. And regarding my comment about Lena Wen and the former director of the CDC, the former director has repeatedly lied to the American public. And then after resignation, or whatever we want to call it, has gone completely silent. Not be heard of, no testimony, no request for forgiveness, no acknowledgement of those lies. And more about those lies, I suspect, may come out soon. I speculate, because I'm not able to speak about what we know at the ACIP. Regarding Lena Wen, she made a series of statements about what is essentially violence that she believed should be done to the unvaccinated during COVID. I'd like Lena Wen to apologize. I'd like to know where Lena Wen is. I'd like to know what she's doing right now. Not because I want to cause her any violence or harm, but I'd like her to be held accountable. I'd like both of them to be asked, why did you say these things during this crucial time? These things that caused so much pain, that caused so much harm, that was so divisive, that politicized public health during the COVID crisis unnecessarily. Why did you say those things? Do you regret them now? Do you have any sense of what you did? That's why I'd like to know where they are. I'd like to have them stand up and acknowledge to the American public that they did wrong. Thank you for the opportunity to speak and to address these comments, and I'm glad to respond to any question you happen to want to ask Senator Blumenthal, recognizing that I am under oath.
Dr. Malone, Senator Blumenthal, you have any questions?
Just a couple of questions. I just want to make sure I have the facts right here. First of all, let me say I was unaware that you called my office. If you want to sit down, I'd be happy to do so.
And I'm glad to do so anytime. Thank you.
Second, you're a member of the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices in the CDC, correct?
Correct, sir.
You were appointed by Secretary Kennedy after he fired all 17 of the previous members, correct?
Which I had no role in doing.
My view, tell me if I'm wrong, is the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices, also known as ASAP, is a position of immense public trust.
That's your opinion. Personally, I think the ACIP is a federal FACA committee which should be immune from intimidation and which has had mission creep. That's my opinion. I think that this committee and the sense of importance attributed to this committee is grossly overplayed. The
Well, the
committee's role
committee has
is...
responsibility for deciding.
No, it doesn't. The committee has responsibilities for advising the director of the
let me just-
CDC only.
Deciding, in its view, what vaccines should be recommended, and then providing that advice to the secretary or to the CDC, correct?
That is one interpretation. I take a much narrower view of the charter of the ACIP, having had to study
Well,
it.
let me just say, I view this committee as one of public trust. I view it as seriously responsible for providing advice to the secretary, and that's the reason why he wanted you there. And I have no quarrel with your expressing your views as a matter of First Amendment rights, whether they were intended for humor or some other reason. But in a position of public trust, you have a responsibility to consider the practical effect of your words beyond just your personal consideration. And you may have a First Amendment right to say what you wish, and you do. I would defend that right. But as a matter of a public official in a position of public trust, the posts that you did had consequences.
In your mind.
I'm sorry?
In your mind. You made an
mind?
interpretation about
Well, let
that.
me
The
just
bulk
ask
of
you-
Americans recognize humor.
Your comment is that on the morning of August 8th, hours before a gunman fired 200 rounds at the CDC,
All true.
you put up a post with a gun, and we had it here.
Yes, it was posted. You shared it with us at the beginning of the meeting.
And that's a pretty threatening post, I would say.
If you believe that's threatening, then clearly you haven't watched Netflix. We are constantly bombarded by violent images. They are part of our culture. That is not a threatening post, in my
And
opinion.
unfortunately, we are also all too commonly experiencing gun violence in this country, which
And
does
that's
not,
that's a fascinating
which
point
not
because of the
condone-
linkage between gun violence and certain medications.
which does not condone any person in a position of public trust doing something that could in some way normalize it or make it okay. Let me just ask
So
you.
you infer that that normalizes gun violence, that post about random chance.
So we're going to have,
Let me just,
we're going to have a
Mr.
vote.
Chairman, I want
Let's
to
wrap
finish.
this up.
Because
Let's wrap
here,
this
I'll
up.
end it with
Wrap
this
up.
question.
Wrap it up.
48 hours after that gunman killed a police officer guarding the CDC, as a member of the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices for the CDC, you posted that second one here.
Together with another one that made it very clear that both were about Elizabeth Warren's statement, which is the one at the top of that meme.
So my question to you, Dr. Malone, is, as a member of that advisory committee to the CDC, did you think about how the dedicated employees of the CDC, the scientists and researchers and public health advocates, would take that kind of post, given that they had just been through one of the most traumatic experiences of their lifetime? Their building under lockdown because there was an armed gunman firing at them and killing a police officer. Did you consider how they would react?
And Senator Blumenthal, I'm under oath. And the truth is, no, I didn't. I had to go feed the horses, take care of the farm. My wife put together the memes. I looked through them, and I said, go ahead and post it. Now, in terms of the traumatization of CDC members, they live in Atlanta. I used to live in North Atlanta.
you regret-
Gunfire is normal in Atlanta. It happens all the time.
Don't you regret those posts?
I don't.
I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you. Probably wouldn't have even noticed if you wouldn't have blown it out of proportion. But anyway, the record for this hearing will remain open for 15 days until Wednesday, September 24th, 2025 at 5 p.m. for the submission.
He has dozens and dozens of clinics around the country, and he lost, as he would explain, the protocols he implemented, lost very few people to COVID. I know other doctors in that similar situation using budesonide and so forth.
Dr. Rogers, you have something? Dr. Scott, I think you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I want to add to this debate. So I watched every single meeting of the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices and the Vaccines and Related Biological Products Advisory Committee in 2021, 2022, and 2023, when all these COVID shots were being authorized for use in this country. And after a while, the CDC's own research showed that the protection from the vaccine, if any, was between months 2 and 6. And by 6 months, it showed negative efficacy. So I'm watching the hearings on my, computer screen at home. I'm yelling at the screen. The COVID shots have negative efficacy after 6 months. Tell me how a shot with negative efficacy is saving lives and it has the worst side effect profile of any vaccine in human history. So how exactly is a vaccine with the worst side effects and negative efficacy saving lives? That's a preposterous claim. What ended the COVID pandemic was the Omicron variant that was more transmissible but less lethal. The vaccine, how many people it helped? I think it's an open debate. It could be a net negative.
Well, maybe we can look at the clinical trial data in which 21 people died in the vaccinated group and 17 died in the placebo group.
I do want to, again, I believe the first study that came out of showing negative efficacy came out of Denmark. But Dr. Scott, you said you wanted to say something, then I'll turn it over to Senator Blumenthal.
Well, I just want to say, in 2020, 2021, my colleagues and I were doing absolutely everything we could to save lives, okay? We weren't using remdesivir because we were paid to use remdesivir. And remdesivir, I have to say, I never thought was, a game changer, but it's not that.
By the way, the hospitals were
Unsafe.
paid handsomely for using remdesivir.
Okay, well, I never saw that.
And coding somebody as a COVID patient as well. But
I never
go
saw
ahead.
that. But in terms of, whether or not the vaccine saved lives, it's not just that one study. I mean, there's there's a Stanford Ioannidis study from that was published in JAMA recently that showed that the COVID vaccines probably averted 2.5 million deaths. So, you're cherry picking by saying that I'm, hanging my hat on that one Commonwealth study. I'm not, because I've also posted about these other studies as well. How many lives did the COVID vaccine save? I don't know. I don't know for sure. But I did see with my own eyes the dramatic decline in deaths between December of 2020 and mid-2021.
Variants did change, and Omicron was less lethal. But
Omicron-
Delta was a real problem.
Omicron didn't hit until 2022.
I understand. Delta was a real problem. Senator Blumenthal.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I think we all know that COVID-19 had a devastating impact on families across the country. It caused deaths and still impacts the lives of a lot of people. The creation of COVID-19 vaccines through Operation Warp Speed, led by then President Trump and now President Trump, was not just one of the greatest achievements in his administration, but it changed the course of the pandemic. The vaccine saved lives and allowed others to begin to rebuild. But unfortunately, just as the vaccine became available, a lot of misinformation about its safety and efficacy spread, and hostility toward vaccines and the public health system that monitors them makes them less available. I want to ask you, Dr. Scott, you saw firsthand what it was like to treat patients when the COVID-19 pandemic began and after the vaccine was approved and disseminated. Based on the studies you've done, do you believe that the COVID-19 vaccines and others have helped save lives and been safe and effective?
Thank you, Senator. So when it comes to safety, I personally am not a big fan of the slogan, vaccines are safe and effective, because there are nuances, right? Nothing is 100% safe. Are COVID vaccines 100% safe? No. Are they generally very safe? Yes. Are they the least safe vaccine ever? No. That's absurd. Show me some evidence that indicates that.
About ready to.
Yeah, please. I'll come back to discuss that. Were the COVID vaccines effective? Yes. I mean, so 2020 was like nothing my colleagues or I had ever seen or expected. It was awful. I'm not making this up, okay? I mean, you know, it was just a nightmare. And despite our best efforts, I lost many, many patients.
Is there let me ask you, is there a reason you believe that the Henry Ford Health System study hasn't been published and has flaws?
Yes, I think that's a great question. I mean, and so one important question is, which peer-reviewed journals have reviewed and rejected this manuscript? What biological mechanism could explain vaccines increasing ear infections by 600%? Do you accept the study's null finding for autism, or only the results that support your narrative? What are the models that adjust for the massive difference in healthcare visits between groups? The analysis reports 0 cases of common conditions like ADHD. That is statistically impossible. There was a cohort of 2,000 children. There should have been hundreds of such diagnoses, unless they were undetected. And let me just clarify, when I said flawed by design, I didn't mean that they deliberately, meant for it to be flawed. I just meant the study design itself had flaws in it, okay? It was methodologically flawed, not deliberately flawed, of course.
And thousands of studies have been done and published, correct?
Correct.
And let me ask you, the seeming assumption here is that this is the only study that ever has gone unpublished. In fact, a lot of studies go unpublished, correct?
Yeah. Yeah, and I review studies before they're published for a number of different journals. And
Because they're subject to peer review
right.
and
it's not just
analysis.
one person. It's, multiple people are reviewing these articles. And if something warrants publication, it's, the other thing is, I've recently been reviewing hundreds and hundreds of papers for these 2 massive vaccine review projects.
And simply to be published isn't the only means to make a study public, correct? In fact,
right.
In this body, we have press conferences, we do hearings. This particular study was done and completed in 2020, and now, apparently for the first time, it's being revealed.
Right.
Has it been available during this last 5 years?
That's a great question. I mean, there's preprints, Substacks, obviously, a number of ways to get a study out there. The fact that it's been shelved for 5 years, I think, is saying something.
Mr. Siri, why haven't you held a press conference? Why have you kept this study under wraps?
I appreciate the question. It's never been submitted to a journal, and the hope has always been that it would be submitted to a journal, because I agree with you. It should undergo peer review. It should be
I'm not-
submitted to the
I'm
journal,
not
but
saying-
they will not submit it because they don't want to get fired. That is what they told me. We've met with the authors many times. These are validly pro-vaccine individuals. They don't want their institution, the journals, their funding sources, their friends, their colleagues, everybody to turn against them, which is exactly what will happen if they even submit this
But
thing
that is
for
not my
publication.
question, and I apologize
Oh,
for
I'm sorry.
interrupting because I'm limited on time. There are lots of other ways to make findings known.
They don't want to get fired.
No, I'm talking to you.
Oh, because I want, they are the scientists. They're the ones who have their name on it. They should put it out, not me. My hope is that they would put it out. I wanted the normal course scientific process to work. Look, it's a retrospective epidemiological study. Let them put it in a preprint. Let it go through peer review. Let others try to replicate it. Maybe they'll find a different result.
I'm really curious why you and Senator Johnson or another member of the Congress or members of the health community didn't hold.
Let me answer that for you.
Can I
let me
finish
answer
my question?
Sure, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman.
But I'm going to answer it for you.
I'm curious why, for the first time,
Yes.
we're hearing about a study which was completed 5 years ago.
Like I said, my hope has always been that the scientists would publish it, and we've tried to persuade them many, many times so it can go through the normal peer review process. I don't want to run ahead and go put it out there, because you know what that would do? It's going to happen exactly what's happening right now, is you're going to say the things that you're saying, Senator, well, you know, this is not going through the normal process. This isn't getting submitted to a journal. The answer to that is, I'm going to say it again, it epitomizes the corruption of science. It shows precisely why studies that show vaccines have problems never get
I don't
published.
think, with all due respect,
So,
Mr. Siri, that
let
you've
me do it.
answered my question.
Let me answer it, okay?
And
Let me
Mr.
answer.
Chairman,
Your time's
the reason we
expired.
have witnesses is so that
I
they can
understand,
answer our
but
question.
I'm part of this. I'm part of this answer. Okay. First of all, you're not paying attention to what they're saying. The people who conducted this study, highly professional, highly respected, obviously concerned about their jobs. Del Bigtree and Aaron Siri convinced them to do this study. They don't want to have their jobs put in jeopardy. But they respect the fact that these people actually did the study as they requested. When
I don't-
found,
with all due respect,
let me
we
hear-
have,
when-
I
when-
just want to
when- when I-
announce,
no,
we have a
when I-
vote going on. I'm going to leave to vote because
Okay,
more than 90 of our colleagues have voted, and I don't want to miss the vote. So if you
you're-
want to hold your answer until I get back, that's fine. I really want to hear from the witness,
Sure.
not from you, Mr. Chairman, because we can talk to each other
I'm the one-
anytime.
I am the one that prompted this release. Once I found out about it, I said, well, if you don't release it, if they don't release it,
Why didn't he tell you about it earlier?
I'm going to release
Why
it.
didn't he come forward and with
Because
members of
he
this
felt
group?
he felt sympathy for the authors about losing their jobs. I'm sorry, I feel the same sympathy, but this is too important to protect their jobs. This is information the public should have had in 2020, and I forced the issue. There's the bottom line. I forced the issue. So there's your answer. But by the way, you can go and vote. You're
hope-
welcome to come back. This hearing is going to go on for quite some time because we're going to go through this in detail, okay?
Okay.
So this hearing is going to go
I
on for
will,
quite some time.
as another American once said, I shall return. Thank you.
Look forward to it. I think I'm going to lay the COVID injection aside for the time being, but we'll come back because we keep hearing these hundreds and thousands of studies. And one thing I do want to enter into the record is Mr. Siri, what is it, about 2:30 in the morning?
Yes, sir.
Having received testimony, did a very organized and very effective response to Dr. Scott's testimony. And I want to enter that into the record. But, Mr. Siri, I'd like you to go to your section and talk about the 661 studies that Dr. Scott is talking about in terms of these inert placebo controls. And just describe that in detail. I think it's interesting.
Sure. Actually, I think Dr. Scott has done a great service in terms of pointing out the lack of clinical trials supporting the safety of the routine injected childhood vaccines. You see, he's saying there are 661 inert controlled trials to support the safety of the routine injected childhood vaccines. But when you actually drill down into those 661 trials, let me give you the breakdown of them, okay? 567 of these trials were not a routine injected vaccine for a disease on the CDC's childhood schedule. They were for HIV vaccines or other vaccines. So totally irrelevant to the safety of routine injected childhood vaccines. The remaining 94 studies, 70 of them did not involve healthy children. For example, trials of HIV positive adults. Again, completely irrelevant to the safety of childhood vaccines. Of the remaining 24, 21 did not involve a U.S. licensed vaccine it was not a vaccine used as a control to license a currently used U.S. licensed vaccine. For example, a Chinese flu shots, stuff like that. That leaves us with 3 studies, 3, that were claimed to have an inert control that were relied upon to license a routine injected childhood vaccine out of this entire list of 661. And these actually help really highlight the problem we have in terms of assessing safety with regards to the licensure of childhood vaccines. I want good clinical trial data. I need it for my practice. Okay, let me walk through those 3. One was a trial for the chickenpox vaccine, the varicella vaccine. Now that trial had, it was only a few hundred people, so it was underpowered anyway. But Dr. Scott says it's got an inert control, but actually it was an injection of neomycin, an antibiotic. That's not inert. No. And neomycin used topically can cause issues, let alone injected. The second one was Gardasil 4 trial, which had thousands and thousands of girls and women in the control group. Almost all of them got an aluminum adjuvant injection. And then there were a few hundred, only a few hundred, that were labeled as a inert control, but they weren't. They got everything that's in the vial except for the antigens in the alum, which included L-histidine, sorbate 80, sodium borate, yeast protein, not inert. And then the third one was a Gardasil 9 trial, which finally, by the way, did have a saline injection, just a few hundred. There were thousands and thousands of girls, women in that trial. They all got an injection of aluminum adjuvant, which I don't even know if it's ethical to inject somebody with something that's neuro and cytotoxic, but leaving that aside, the few hundred that got the placebo, but they only got it if they first got 3 doses of Gardasil 4. So again, not an actual inert control group. The result is there's 0 trials, 0, which were relied upon in this list of 6061 to license a routine injected vaccine on the CDC schedule that included a placebo, as well as 0 trials of a vaccine used as a control to license a routine injected vaccine on the CDC schedule. Ironically, by the way, this list supports the opposite of what it pretends to do. And if you want to know what was relied upon to license routine injected childhood vaccines, it's easy. Look at the clinical trial documents. That's what we do. And in fact, my submission to this committee went through every single vaccine that's a routine injected vaccine, and we cited precisely what the control was. Now, I'll just point out one quick thing here, too, is that the CNN fact-checked Secretary Kennedy's claim that there is no routine injected childhood vaccine that was licensed based on a placebo-controlled trial, and it relied on Dr. Scott's list, which at the time had about 248 trials listed as being inert. Secretary Kennedy then did exactly the analysis I did, put it out on a tweet, took it apart. Not one of those was relied upon to license a routine injected childhood vaccine, nor was it used as a control to license a routine injected childhood vaccine. And then after that, apparently, somebody then scrambled all the RCT numbers for those 248. So you can't match it up with the secretary's tweet. And I guess to bury that issue, just added hundreds more, hoping that they can just hide behind this mountain of trials. But when you look at it carefully, it does not support the safety. In fact, it points out, it shows exactly the lack of safety. What's critical is this. Look, If you want to know the safety of a vaccine, and we need this stuff when parents call us and say, my child got XYZ issue after a vaccine, you need trials that are, one, properly controlled, which means either they got to get an inert substance or another vaccine that was properly licensed based on a robust trial. And then even if it has a proper control, it still needs to review safety long enough. And then even if it has a proper an error control and it reviews long enough, it then still needs to be properly powered. It needs all three to be a proper, valid clinical trial. And I can tell you, there's not a single routine injected childhood vaccine on the schedule that meets those criteria.
Well, again, the whole point of developing or doing this list, this crowdsourcing or whatever, leading an internet effort for the 661 studies was all to prove Secretary Kennedy wrong when he said that there's never been any of the vaccines on the childhood schedule that have had a true placebo-controlled, random-controlled trial. And you've just gone through the 661, and that statement's true. Dr. Scott, go ahead and, I guess try and refute that.
So, yeah, the reason why we did this project was to, yes, directly address through systematic evidence compilation the questions around the quantity and quality of clinical data supporting vaccine safety and efficacy. We found 1,000, we screened thousands. We've extracted data from 1,088 randomized controlled vaccine trials. We started our search in 1800, and studies were published from 1941 until 2025. Of those 1,088 studies that are randomized controlled trials, 661 used what we consider an inert placebo, generally saline, et cetera. There were a number of other control groups used historically for various reasons, partly for ethical considerations and partly just because things have developed over time. As far as this being an example of how there aren't enough data to support the safety and efficacy of vaccines, I don't see the logic there.
Well, I think Mr. Siri completely picked your 661 studies apart. You said, saline, et cetera. I think it's wondering what's the et cetera. Mr. Rogers, you kind of raised your hand. You want to speak to that?
Yes, ma'am, please. Thank you, Senator Johnson. So look, in PhD programs, you have to read original sources and you have to define terms. Let's be crystal clear about the definitions of these terms, because the fate of the Republic depends on getting these definitions right. And Dr. Scott is playing fast and loose with these definitions, so let's be crystal clear about what we mean. Inert should mean that the substance does not cause a chemical or biological reaction in the body. When supporters of the status quo use the word inert, they can mean just about anything. Paul Offit routinely calls mercury and aluminum inert, even though they are known neurotoxicants. Philip Grandjean and Philip Langergan published, they're the best two toxicologists in the world. They published a study in 2014 that says both aluminum and ethyl mercury are known neurotoxicants. But the supporters of the status quo say that these things are safe, and they're not. They're absolutely not. In the context of vaccines, placebo should mean saline, as verified by independent third-party testing. That's not what the supporters of the status quo mean when they say placebo. The fact is the FDA has no regulations concerning the contents of placebos. So manufacturers can put whatever they want into the comparator intervention and can still call it a placebo by law. Furthermore, scientific journals have no regulations concerning the contents of placebos. Sometimes the manufacturers disclose them in connection with a study, and about 2/3 of the time they do not. And a double-blind randomized control trial should have two groups. A group that receives the vaccine, that's the treatment group, and a completely unvaccinated group. Given a saline placebo, that's the control group. That's not what the supporters of the status quo mean when they say randomized control trial. They compared two groups, but one group gets the new vaccine and another group gets a shot full of aluminum adjuvants. or they compare a new shot to an older shot. But the one thing they never do is to compare a completely unvaccinated group with a vaccinated group, because everyone knows that such a trial would show harms. So if you go through all 1,704 trials in the database that Dr. Scott has put together, as Aaron Siri has done, you'll find that the inert ingredients are not inert. The placebo is not saline, and the randomized controlled trial does not have a completely unvaccinated control group. And we know that my assertion here is correct because on page 9 of his written statement, Dr. Scott states that vaccinated versus unvaccinated studies are especially prone to bias. It's hard to imagine a more Orwellian statement. Up is down, left is right, dogs are cats. And according to Dr. Scott, a proper vaccinated versus unvaccinated study is unethical. That's why we're in this mess. That's why we have an autism and chronic disease epidemic in this country.
Scott, first Dr. Scott respond to that.
Yeah, I'd be very surprised if you went through all 661 trials. We haven't even conducted the full analysis yet. But once
I think Mr. Siri,
yeah,
I think
so
Mr. Siri kind of has.
you should join our team. Yeah.
You see, he's got a pretty crack team doing that.
Yeah, smart guy.
If you let me make the decisions, I'll join your team.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's team up. So, yeah, first of all, yeah, we are, this is a work in progress. Hopefully it'll be published, and once it's published, I welcome any feedback for sure. In terms of how we defined controls, that has not been publicized yet because we haven't published this, okay? But we did break it down between inert placebos that were biologically inert and placebos that were immunologically inert. So biologically inert placebos primarily include saline or buffer or water. And so there are certainly many studies that met that criteria. Then there are adjuvant-only controls. So we separated all that.
But again, the whole point of the 661 studies was to prove Secretary Kennedy wrong when he never said, and I don't know the exact statement, but there's never been any vaccines on the childhood schedule that have had a true random control.
I have the quote here if you'd like.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, sure. So Secretary Kennedy said, this was the CNN article reported, that, quote, 76 shots that children in this country receive, unquote, meaning routine injected vaccines on the CDC schedule, quote, none of them have been safety tested in pre-licensure studies against the placebo. And in response to that, the CNN article quotes Dr. Scott as saying that that made Dr. Scott's ears perk up, end quote. Scott, an infectious disease specialist at Stanford University, knew that the assertions couldn't be true, and now he says he has the proof, meaning Dr. Scott, quote unquote, knew the assertion couldn't be true before he even looked and did it. So whatever he's planning to publish, obviously he had his a priori belief beforehand.
So
I was familiar with the body of evidence. I wasn't aware that there were going to be 1,088.
So
Well, then why not start with the clinical trials that are actually published by the FDA and relied upon to license each vaccine?
We've included those as well.
Again, the problem with this discussion debate is it just gets into a lot of detail, and you have accusations going back and forth and assertions made back and forth. It is very difficult to follow, okay? Again, I personally think that Mr. Siri did a pretty good job of taking that 661 studies apart. But I want to go back to something that's, again, a little bit easier for us lay people to contemplate, and go back to numbers. I'm accountant, I like numbers. In your testimony, you talk about the CDC estimates where I think the final number that I'm dealing with is a study that said the CDC between 1994 and 2023 that vaccines saved 1.1 million lives in America, okay? So again, I'm just working with numbers here now, okay? So let's take the 1.1 million. I'm comparing to the 154 million. I'm trying to make sense of these numbers, right? So if there's 154 million lives saved over 50 years, according to the WHO, CDC is saying, well, it's 1.1 million here in America over 30 years. So I just start doing the extrapolations, because again, these numbers aren't science, they're models. So let me continue the model. 1.4 million, we're 4% of the world's population, that'd be 27.5 million lives saved according to the CDC worldwide, just based extrapolating our share of population. That's over 30 years, So divide that by 30, come up per year, it's about 910,000. Times 50 years, that's about 46 million worldwide. So there's discrepancy right there between what the CDC is saying lives saved. Again, they're just making this up. They're just creating some model that is highly biased toward their viewpoint. The World Health Organization says 154 million. And again, I think Mr. Siri did a pretty good job of picking that propaganda apart. And that's what it is. It's propaganda. It's not science, it's propaganda. But let's dig a little bit further. In that CDC study, the way they get 1.1 million lives saved is basically off of 3 diseases: diphtheria, hepatitis B, and measles. And Mr. Siri does an excellent job of laying out some basic numbers that are hard to refute. So let's go through them. Diphtheria, about 750,000 of that 1.1 million. By the way, those 3 diseases account for about 84% of the 1.1 million lives saved according to the CDC. So how do they calculate that? Well, they say that diphtheria, they've saved about 750,000 lives over 30 years. That's 25,000 lives a year is what they're claiming is saved with vaccines preventing diphtheria deaths. The problem with that number is in 1948, when the first vaccine was licensed for diphtheria, the actual death was 634 per year. But let's, by the way, put up the diphtheria chart here. I think we have it on the video as well, don't we?
This is the first.
So the first diphtheria vaccine was put in use in 1929, was it?
It was 1926.
1926. But the first licensed vaccine was 1948.
Well, between 1900 and 1926, the mortality from
Oh,
diphtheria.
I'm getting to that.
So
So
the first licensed vaccine was in 1926, but it was rarely used. And between 1926 and the 40s, the mortality declined at the same rate in areas that used it, mostly major cities.
so by the time the first vaccine was widely used, obtained licensure,
1949 was the first
the
licensure of
death rate
DTP.
had already declined by 97.8%.
When routine vaccine use really began in 1949.
By 26, it already declined by about 80-some%. Well, it
Between-
wasn't from vaccine. That's from improved sanitation. We weren't living in squalor. There's better nutrition. There's a host of reasons why diphtheria dramatically was reduced in terms of rates per 100,000. So by the time we really started widely using diphtheria vaccine in 1948, we'd already reduced the cases, the rate fatality of.
Mortality declined by over 97%, and
Okay,
none
by
of that,
98%.
virtually none of that had to do with vaccine.
But
It couldn't
again,
have been.
that year, there were 634 deaths.
That's right.
And the CDC is saying we're saving 25,000 deaths a year of diphtheria.
Yeah.
Okay? So that's the most stark example of this. Hepatitis B, they're claiming 3,000 lives saved per year.
Right.
But in 1980, when that
First vaccine,
vaccine
1981.
first came about, there were about 294 deaths. It's actually increased now that we've got the vaccine out there.
It's about 1,700 deaths a year now, so the number of deaths have gone up, but they're claiming 3,000 lives saved somehow.
So for measles, they're claiming about 2,700 deaths per year. 1963, prior years to the release of that vaccine, they're about 400 deaths per year.
And there were
So,
about
so in total, if you add up those 3 illnesses, okay, a total of 30,700 lives claimed saved per year for those 3 illnesses, whereas the death rate of the year of basically use of vaccines total 1,328. So they're literally claiming a 23-fold increase of lives saved over the actual death count when the vaccines came about. So again, there's all these claims, 154 million, 1.1 million. The numbers simply don't add up. And what's very clear, we could actually put up the measles chart. You can quick do that in the same basic dynamic. By the time we actually had a measles vaccine, there was a 98% reduction in the rate of mortality with measles.
With
Again, that was
with
through-
increasing
that was through
population.
again, that's right, the book, Dissolving Illusions. Improved sanitation, improved nutrition, I mean, antibiotics, I mean, other treatment, which is a big problem with me with COVID, that we sabotage treatment. We ignored treatment and put everything toward the COVID injection. But anyway, I think that's a point that needs to be made. You know, what actually brought down the rate of death in these infectious diseases? Sure, vaccines might have provided the tail end of that, right? But the bulk of the reduction of those diseases occurred well before vaccines ever became popularized, correct, Mr. Siri?
Absolutely. And overstating the benefits of a medical product is just as dangerous as overstating its risks. And they overstate the benefits based on this data by numerous folds. There's a few other points regarding that if you'd like me to address them.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just by way of explanation, I voted, and we have another hearing going on in the Judiciary Committee on internet safety for the parents in this room. When you're done here, if you want to come over to the subcommittee of the Judiciary chaired by Senator Blackburn of Tennessee, we're looking at ways that the internet and social media can be made safer for children, Kids Online Safety Act. And I say that by way of explanation for my absence. I do apologize, but I think maybe we have some common ground on stopping toxic content that's driven to children by big tech. Just as, by the way, I have urged and demanded and taken action to stop some of the abuses in big pharma. And the chairman and I have talked about ways to reduce the prices of big pharma. I'm working with Senator Cornyn on a measure that would lower prices of pharmaceutical drugs by eliminating some of the abuses. So I just want to make clear, I'm not here as an advocate for big pharma. I don't think anyone would ever say that I was. I want to come back to maybe a little bit of science here. Dr. Scott, what would happen if we stop routine childhood vaccines?
Well, we know that there would be preventable outbreaks of preventable illness and death.
And maybe you can expand a little bit. Why is it that unvaccinated children who, say, come down with measles can lead to outbreaks in schools, in communities around the country? I know it sounds like a simple, common sense question, but yes. I'm not a scientist, and I'm asking questions because I'm curious.
Yeah, so these are contagious diseases, and they can spread to people who either weren't able to get vaccinated or who didn't get vaccinated or who are severely immunocompromised. Yeah.
And that's substantiated by studies and by real-life experience, most recently in Texas, correct?
Correct. Yeah. Vaccines, have definitely played a role in, helping stop these outbreaks. I don't know how that could be denied.
Correct. And you have recently launched a project to document all of the randomized control trials that have been conducted by licensed vaccines. Could you talk a little bit about what that project has revealed?
Yeah, I think that you might have missed some of our discussion, but
I apologize to you as I do to everyone here.
And let me just say that the scientific evidence supporting vaccine safety and efficacy really represents one of the most extensive bodies of medical research ever assembled. And so we screened thousands of studies online, and we cataloged 1,088 randomized controlled trials that were published between 1941 and 2025 from around the world, covering vaccines from adenovirus to Zika virus. These are all publicly accessible, and transparency is built in by design. On our Google spreadsheet that is accessible to everyone with internet access, there are links that you can click on to see the primary source. And so across 7 decades of trials, we found no evidence of suppression. The challenge really is the sheer volume, not access to data. There are a lot of studies out there. There are a lot of poor quality studies out there that get published even, no matter how bad they are, there is a massive amount of studies out there, especially around COVID vaccines.
And the ones that are not published are available, are they not? It's available, studies are available even if they're not published.
Well, I mean, this one wasn't.
And others as well, correct? There are links to them, they're available to people who ask about them,
preprints
who want to
and-
make them public?
Yeah, but for the most part, it's not that hard to get a study published somewhere. I mean, there are thousands of vaccine studies.
Mr. Siri, we've been talking about medical issues. You're not a medical doctor, are you?
No, sir.
And you're not an immunologist or biologist or any kind of...
Or vaccinologist, no, but I depose them regularly, including the world's leading ones with regards to vaccines, and I have to make my claims based on actual evidence when I go to court with regards to vaccines. I don't get to rely on titles.
Okay. But you're not a doctor.
No, I prefer not to be a doctor because I prefer to rely on the evidence, not slogans like we've been hearing.
Okay. Let me ask you, have you spoken to Secretary Kennedy about his decision to approve COVID-19 or limit the approval and availability of COVID-19 vaccines?
No, sir.
You have not. Okay. Have you spoken to him about the vaccine injury compensation program?
I do not recall.
You have represented him, correct?
Yeah, I represented him when he was running for president of the United States of America. I've represented him during that period to get him off ballots across the country. I've represented him in some other capacities. I've also co-counseled with him in many cases for almost a decade.
Have you been under consideration to be part of his team at HHS?
I have not put my name in to be part of the government. I respectfully prefer to be outside of government.
Mr. Rogers, I understand your degree is in political economy, correct?
Correct. As I imagine you know, to earn a PhD, one must make an original contribution to knowledge as verified by external peer review. That's the degree that I have. And unfortunately, these days, medical school is just a glorified trade school for people trained to obey the pharmaceutical industry. Now, trade schools can be great, but Western allopathic medicine has completely lost its way. So, but I'm a doctor of philosophy and social sciences.
Okay. I guess we've established your views on the medical profession. You know, I'm curious. I don't know the answer to this question. In some of your Twitter posts, you said, and I'm quoting, "You people are all going to spend eternity in hell. Nuremberg 2 first, then hell." What did you mean by that?
Thank you for the question, Senator. I believe that we are in the midst of one of the greatest crimes in human history. We have a product being injected into children 70+ times over the course of their development that's never been tested against a proper saline placebo. Over that course of that time period, chronic illness in this country has gone from 10% of children having one or more chronic conditions to now more than 50% of children having one or more chronic conditions. Secretary Kennedy, in the hearing that was last week, said that the latest data from the CDC says that 76% of Americans now have one or more chronic conditions. And I believe that lots of these chronic conditions stem from iatrogenic injury. We have 3 million children with autism. Back in 1970, the rate was so low that it was essentially zero. I'm outraged by that, and I think every person in this room should be outraged by that. I don't know how to say it anymore clearly that we need to change course in this country. And I'm terribly disappointed by the medical profession. In the social sciences, there's this term called epistemic capture, which is when the entire knowledge production process becomes captured by one industry, and that's what's happened with science and medicine. And so I think we need to change course, and I think the people who have covered up the autism epidemic and the epidemics of iatrogenic injury should be held to account for their actions.
Are you comparing? I'm it. We're all going to spend eternity in hell. And in another tweet, you made, I think, fairly clear that you thought Nuremberg II referred to executions. And then you said, if we could hit those sorts of numbers, meaning the numbers of executions following the Holocaust, when pharma fails, we would be doing great. I think the inevitable conclusion there is they're calling for the execution of people.
I think that's overstated. I think you're putting words in my mouth, respectfully, Senator.
I'm
if I
asking
may.
the question.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. So look, let's put it in the context of COVID. I've already talked about autism. Let's talk about COVID.
This is why people are outraged. And what people are denying, they're not denying the potential effectiveness of vaccines. I think most of us think, yeah, they probably work to a certain extent. Okay? What they're denying are the vaccine injuries, the injection injuries. Mr. Scott, how much do you know about the mRNA technology?
A fair amount.
So is the mRNA that's encapsulating the lipid nanoparticle, is that true mRNA?
Is that true mRNA?
I mean, true mRNA, your messenger RNA, degrades very rapidly in the body. Mm-hmm. Correct?
Correct.
So the mRNA in the injection, is it true mRNA? Does it degrade rapidly in the body? Do you not know?
I do know. Yes, it does. But
It does.
sounds-
No, it does not. It's modified. It's modified mRNA, and it's designed not to degrade. And there are studies that show it sticks around the body. We don't know how long. The lipid nanoparticle. Do you realize that it was designed to permeate difficult to permeate barriers, like the blood-brain, like the placenta barrier? Did you know that? Did you believe when Fauci told us that the mRNA shot would stay in the arm? Did you believe that? It's a simple yes, no. I mean, did you believe? Do you believe the COVID injection stayed in everybody's arm? Do you believe that's what happened?
Primarily.
You think so, huh? Were you aware of the Japanese FOIA of the study that was conducted of biodistribution, where in rats it biodistributed all over the body, accumulated in the adrenal glands, in the ovaries? Because the lipid nanoparticle is designed to permeate difficult to permeate barriers, they knew, the designers knew, and they did a study that would biodistribute all over the body, but our CDC, Anthony Fauci, said it was going to stick in the arm. Now, do you know what the mRNA does? It's not a traditional vaccine, is it? Do you realize that? It's not an attenuated or a dead virus. It's messenger RNA, modified RNA, that's encapsulated in a lipid nanoparticle that distributes all over the body, and when it attaches to a cell, it unloads its mRNA into the cell and turns the cell into a manufacturing cell of a protein that is toxic to it. Do you realize that? Are you aware of that? I mean, just yes or no. I mean, do you know that or not? Because I talk to a lot of doctors who don't have a clue.
I know a fair amount about the mRNA vaccines. Do I know about all of these studies that you're referring to?
This isn't
No,
a study.
there's
This is the basic operation. Do you know how it works? It doesn't appear like you do.
Well,
so again, why would we have why would we have almost 1.7 million adverse events, dramatically understating it? Why would we have that number of deaths? It's because these little lipid nanoparticles are distributed all over the body. They're attaching to cells. They're turning cells like a heart cell